Hello, everybody, and welcome. Thank you so much for showing up tonight. We are celebrating 50 years of the World Concertina Congress here at the Merrill Concertina Festival. Thank you, everyone who has helped put this on so far and who's going to continue to help all weekend. We're going to have a really good time, so thank you to everyone. We're going to start things out here right away with Greg Lurkey. Just walked in about 5 minutes ago. And he's going to go to work right away. He came all the way from Evansville, Minnesota. He and his wife, Pauline, who is sitting out here in the crowd. Number of years that he's been playing concertina, 62. Favorite songs that Greg enjoys performing is Gary's Polka, Gardenville Waltz, Life in the Finnish Woods, and bands that he's played in. He played in his father's band, Gordy Lurkey? Whatever band that his dad played in, he would join him. So, his favorite polka band would be Concertina Gordy, his father, and the Jolly Huntsmen. Before we turn it over, he's in the Hall of Fame. And he is in the Hall of Fame. Do you know what year he was inducted in? 1994, inducted to the World Concertina Congress Hall of Fame. So before we turn it over to Greg here, we are going to have a few words from Vinny Leck, the president of the World Concertina Congress, and he's going to tell us a little bit about the big party here this weekend.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, we're celebrating 50 years for the World Concertina Congress this weekend, and we're so excited to have so many people coming, and we look forward to not only the people that are here, but the people that were from the past that helped build this club, and the people that have went before us and brought this club into existence. And we want to remember those people. So let's not forget the people that put this club together for us. Okay, thank you, Andy.
All right, if you're tuning in on Facebook now and maybe have plans to come tomorrow as well, or obviously if you're here right now and you'd like to purchase some commemorative 50th anniversary World Concertina Congress t-shirts, they are for sale along the wall over here, $10 a piece. We also have some decals, some stickers, those are $1 a piece. And then we also have some brochures that tells everybody what the World Concertina Congress is all about. And also some new digital picture frames that Vinny had scanned things, archives, information about past World Concertina Congress inductees and meetings and letters and pictures and things like that. So please come up and take a look and reminisce on the days gone by and maybe take some pictures that we can add to the frame for future years. So, okay, enough talking. Here's Greg and Greg. What are you starting out with?
Lumberjack polka. I'm going to start out with the lumberjack polka. Key of D. I haven't played this one for a while. What's that? Oh, the next one is, we'll do Gary's Polka. That's key. Next one's Gary's Polka. This one's called Mountain Polka, and I'll start in the key of C. Next one's called Mountain Polka. I'm gonna do Life in the Finished Woods. Yep. Or whatever.
Joe Wojcik can't come? They blew on us.
This next one's called the Wednesday Night Waltz.
Couple more, Greg.
Okay. Okay. This one's called Augie's Polka.
Ready to go?
This next one's called Let the Sun Shine In.
Give me a little time to think about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're doing a good job.
Very nice.
You could lay them on.
Oh, yeah.
He's good.
20 minutes.
This next one is Flying Fingers polka.
Oh, boy. That's gonna be a hard act.
Oh, wait, before you do that, hold on.
Well, that's me.
Okay, okay, next one up. Where's Marvin's sheet? Thank you, Greg.
Oh, okay, good, good.
Thank you both, Greg and Greg. Yes. Next up on stage is Maureen Dwyer from Free Soil, Michigan. Yay!
Put it right in front.
How many years have you been playing concertina, Maureen? 60 years? 60 plus. Wow. Favorite songs you enjoy performing are The Homeless Polka, Arise My Darling. Bands you've played in? Billy Boo and the Variety Crew, and many more. Okay. Too many years gone by? Okay. And your favorite polka band, the Brian O'Donnell Band? Not yet. He's not here yet. Okay, let's welcome Maureen Dwyer.
So, okay, oh, you're in the stainless steel. They got that big stainless steel. That's the helpful down Right. Oh, that's fair. Oh, yeah. So it's walking. Wait for it.
Thank you.
Little less than
Yeah, that'd be fine. Just right out. I can get it. I think
They're all gonna go.
Vinny, next one up.
What?
Next person.
It's
うん。
Joe, you're up.
Thank you, Maureen. How about a nice hand for Maureen? Okay, next up is Mr. Joe Hager. How you doing, Joe? Yours playing concertina, he's not sure. He's playing so long he doesn't remember. Favorite songs he enjoys performing, all of them. Bands he's played in, Polka Fusion Band, Polka Family Band, and John Gora. Who's your favorite polka band? All of them. So that includes everyone. Okay. Come on up. We'll get you plugged in. Are you going to sing? Probably not. Do you want to use this mic as a side?
Very nice, Maureen. Nice job.
Sure. Well, okay. I guess we'll start with a song, polka, something like that. Let's do Lucky's polka, or otherwise Get Lucky.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy. Let's see if I can play this thing.
No, I have some more shows.
Yeah, ready. There we go. Lucky polka there for you. Do another instrumental here. Requested Stevens Point, Wolbetic. D. There we go. Stevens Point, Wolbetic. Here we go. We're gonna do one called Under the Bridge. Stem. Hey, Matthew, how you doing? Let's do Hey Cavalier Polka. Hey, Cavalier. What was that? Good tune. Good tune, yeah. Oh, the Chernecki family in the crowd, huh? Good to see you guys. Joe, how you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while. Quite a while. What's one of your favorite songs, Joe? Zielona Traweczka. Okay, we'll do that one for you. What's that? Green grass, right? Yep, Zielona Traweczka. Yep. Zip, zip. All right. And oh boy, it's been a little bit since I played that one. Oh boy. Concertina polka, how about that?
That sounds good too.
Concertina polka.
And then you get
Concertina polka.
Puka Yashu? Johnny's knocking?
Johnny's knocking. Okay.
Okay.
Here goes for that one. Yes. Here we go. Johnny's knocking. Oh, let's do. Oh, we're gonna start this one. Oh yeah. Polka by request. By request. How many more we got there?
Joe, you know 7 days?
I do know 7 days. Yep. 7 days by request. Thank you very much. Who do we have up next?
Probably need these.
Okay.
Give us one more, Joe.
One more? Okay. Okay, here we go. We're going to do one called Pickles and Peppers. This one is called the Concertina Cocktail Polka.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm not as savvy with
There you go. Concertina Cocktail Polka.
Hey, that's
Hey, Dylan, how you doing? Who do we have next?
We got Ronnie and Vinny left coming up next.
Yep.
If your food comes, I'll eat it for you.
Okay, good. Thanks, George.
Okay.
What did you order?
Good job. Thank you. By the way, I love you. Thank you. Thank you. More.
Oh, yeah. Hey, probably short staffed like everybody else. Don't you wish? Sounded really good, Joe. Really nice. Wow. I like your keys, Joe. Where'd you find that?
I had it made.
Very nice. You never had this, so did you? Yeah. No, listen, I quite a few concerts. That's a beautiful picture.
2,000 hours for this thing.
Sure looks good. Beautiful shape. You guys want tuba with you? Come on up. I'm here. Emily? Yeah, you're one on the side. Fine, the other is fine. All right. No worries.
What are you gonna play? I don't know. I'm just gonna stand up.
Do you, if you want the light. Are you going to use this all around? This music? Because the light cord is very short. That's why it's so far back here. Actually, we could probably move that around.
All right, so now you can put me on there. That's the right one. So if you're gonna behave it, George,
It's hard.
everything's hard when you're Ari.
Oh, watch this here.
I'm gonna get all announcing, then we'll get a chord for you. Okay, up next we have Ron Leck and his son Vinny. They're gonna do some concertina duets here. We got a sheet for Ron, who is from Wisconsin Rapids, and he's been playing the concertina for 74 years. Favorite songs that he enjoys playing is the Sunshine Polka. He's played with many bands over the years, and some of his favorites are Eddie Blazonczyk and Lenny Gomolka. And Vinny came all the way from Columbus, Ohio. He made the drive today, and at 7:30 this morning when he called me, he was already in Chicago. So he made a long trip over here. President of the World Concertina Congress, we certainly thank him for everything he's helping to do to keep this Congress going along. So he's been playing concertina for 54 years.
Started when he was 3.
Started when he was 3. Okay, and what are you guys going to start out with? Sunshine Polka, here we go.
We have to get a chord. Hold on one second. I have one in the bag over here. Hey, George, go in that gray bag right there. There's a red cord in there.
Okay.
Oh, you wait. Andy's got one. Andy's got one. Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you. Indeed. Thank you very much.
You forgot to mark down all your Grammys.
Maybe. I work on it.
Oscars, yeah.
Okay, up next we're going to have Al Mickelson, and he came all the way from Madison, Wisconsin. He's been playing concertina for 18 years, and Some of his favorite songs he enjoys playing is I'll Be All Smiles Tonight Waltz and the Yankee Waltz. His favorite polka band is Matt Hodek and the Dakota Dutchman.
Very good. That's pretty good. That's a fact.
Sure, right?
Put that on you. You're doing a good job.
Okay. Okay, start out with one here called Waltz Time Waltz. And I have a friend, we are privileged to go to Arizona for a few weeks in the wintertime, and there's a longtime concertina player out there, and he always shouts out to me, he says, play something you know, play something you know. So I always struggle with that. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, another waltz, one called the Lakeside Waltz. Okay, slow it down to a foxtrot, one kind called I Can't Help It. Another foxtrot here, one called Put Your Arms Around Me, Honey. Here's a polka called the Helena polka. Oh, we'll do so on.
You got a pen? Here, get your address. Or wherever Oh, okay, I just wanted just have
This would be,
One more else.
so we better
Long shot by the dam. It's a bar. They're going to teach you. Because I've never waitress before. So these people are very nice. They're parents of a friend of mine. And they're going to teach me how to I'm ready right now. Getting ready to Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. Ready right now.
Andy, good to see you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We only enjoy you at the concert. Oh, thank you. Stuff. Great stuff. Okay, we're gonna do like my last name. Speaker. A lot of people of course spell H-H-E, but it's actually H. So when we go somewhere and we think someone's gonna spell wrong, they're like, when we go to restaurants, we're like, H-H-E. You know they're gonna spell that way? Whatever. Screw it. Great job with the bowl.
Okay, up next we have Colton Toopy. Colton came all the way from New Prague, Minnesota today. And he's been playing concertina for 10 years. Some of the favorite songs he enjoys playing is 100 Proof Polka, Roller Coaster Polka, and Fritzy Polka. Bands that he's played in, his own band, Colton Toopy, and the Sand Creek Connection, and he's also played in the Charlie Stika band, both out of Minnesota. So we're going to just do some shifting around here quick, and Colton will be up.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Don't think.
Not me. Hey, just a little. Check.
We'll do the angel polka.
Check.
Yeah, G and D. Yeah.
All right, we'll do a good old check number here, one called the Angel Polka. little sick. I'm a village schoolboy. Do I give it up? Always Brookdale, come on. Like the later, you pick it later. Hey, one called the Angel Polka. Dog. Do another good old polka here, one called the Ellen Polka. 1, 2. Hey, good old tune there, one called the Ellen Polka. Slow down to waltz time.
Hey, Ray. Yes. My beverage or something? What's on that table? Maybe Andy knows. Oh, There you go. Okay, you can fill her up.
Yeah, Westphalia.
You're welcome.
Yeah, yep. That's what I was playing earlier, the last couple.
It's got the old pad of names.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, slow down. Good, pretty old waltz here, one called the Westphalia Waltz. Yeah. Hey, good old pretty waltz, one called the Westphalia.
Thank you. Learn your lesson. All took money from
Where is that thing?
I got the
Gotta wet the whistle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Yeah, Steve. Yep, oh yeah. The marker. Yeah. Well, good old waltz here, one called the Broken Song Waltz.
How do you like the sign is?
Janus, God, you lead up, Janus, God. ganelira, bucie mnie palej. Ile się ja lej, zleski se balej. Janes ganelira, bucie mnie palej. We left our wives at home. We left our wives at home. We left our wives with two other guys, and that's why we're here all alone. We left our wives at home. We left our wives at home. Tony left his wife with some other guy, and that's why he's here all alone. We like bohemian girls. We like their dancing girls. We work all day and spend all our pay on dumplings and sauerkraut. We like bohemian girls. We like their dancing girls. We work all day and spend all our pay on dumplings and sauerkraut.
That's an impregnator.
Oh yeah.
Good job.
How many more? Two. Two? We'll let you go a couple minutes early because you were a couple minutes. We were so two.
You're in charge.
Polish girlfriend. Yeah. G, yeah.
George?
Yeah. Okay, I can remember it first. Oh yeah. Okay.
It's kind of hard to get in contact with.
I got a Polish girlfriend. She looks a lot like you. She wants to take my name. It won't be long now, my Polish girlfriend. Our names will be the same. It won't be long now, my Polish girlfriend. Our names will be the same. looks a lot like you. She's kinda nice, pretty doggone. I love her and she loves me too. She wants to call me sweetheart. She wants to take my name. It won't be long now, my foolish girlfriend, our name will be the same. It won't be long now, my foolish girlfriend, our name will be the same. Hey, one call. I got a Polish girlfriend.
You're working on clocks. This guy. That's tricky. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. One. Okay. Fritzy. This is the last one. And you're D-A-G.
Do a good old tune here, one called the Fritzy Polka. Hey, good old Tuesday one called the Fritzy Polka. Thank you. Thank you.
You guys are fighting.
Yeah.
Then Ray's going to later, right? You got it? That'll be a help. You got it? Then Ray, when Ray gets up there, whatever. Get out of here, Al. See what I'm falling out.
Yeah, hold on to it.
No, this is good. One more. There we go. Oh, no, good. Thank you. Thank you very kindly.
Yeah, bitte.
Bitter. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Bitter Shane. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice stuff.
I'll be right there. Why do you think it heavier every time?
Well, a couple of things that's why that happened already this time. Wouldn't used to happen. But the problem was right here, this one slipped out too.
Okay, up next we have Joe Hager, and he is from West Bend, Wisconsin, made the trip up here today, and he's going to be here tomorrow as well. He does not remember how many years he's been playing the concertina. Let's see, his favorite songs he enjoys performing is all of them. Bands he's played in, Polka Fusion, Polka Family, and John Gora and Gorale. Favorite polka band is all of them. And we had a special phone call. All right. We had a special phone call to our World Concertina Congress president here, and from two polka fans who have attended this event for many years, and we're going to send the next couple songs out to Lester Bundowski and Sherry as well. They weren't able to make it here this weekend. But we're going to send this next couple songs out to them. We wish they were here, and this one is going out to them. Lester and Sherry. Here we go. Joe Hager.
What the play? A little bit left. Here we go. We're gonna do like a Obetic waltz. There you go. Obetic waltz style song. Okay, here we go. Yay! Polish entourage here. Here we go. Here we There you go. Olympic style. We're going to do one called the Andes Wabetic. This is one that I wrote for my dog, my golden retriever, Andy. One night I was sitting in bed playing before we went to bed and just started fooling around playing the song, and then this is what came out, and he looked up at me and just watched intently, and I named it Andy's Wabetic. We decided on the name together. So here we go. Andy's Wabetic. There you go, Andy, Wabetic. What other one did I write? What another one? Oh. The one I played before that, also I wrote too, just recently. I don't know what to call it, but I wrote it. I don't know what to call it. Here we go. We're going to do something Polish. I don't remember what the name of this is, but it's Polish. Here is another instrumental. a good old Polish number. Another one. Here's a more of a, what you call it, Slovenian kind of number? Cross the plains? Across the plains, polka. snappy tune? Okay, here we go. See here. Next.
Nice job, Joe.
All right, Tony.
Marley gets that up there. Just grab that one.
He was using my coach.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, is everyone having a good time here at the Merrill Concertina Fest 2025? Awesome.
All right, thank you, Joe. Up next, we have Ray Hoynotsky. He came all the way from Glenbeulah, Wisconsin, drove over to Ettrick, drove over to Ettrick to the other side of the state to pick up Tony, and then drove all the way back here to Merrill. Years he's been playing the concertina, 50 plus. Bands he's played in, Ray's Jolly Chaps. That's all you have listed, okay? Okay, here we go.
This is a seat. Charlie? What is the pat? That's an old patio?
Yeah, David.
They can't figure out where to put it.
Check.
Cracker Jacker. D. Ruby.
You know what they say? You got to
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't know no more. No more? Yeah. G. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Rainbow Valley. Yep. G.
Yeah, just is that more lumberjack?
Yeah, more lumberjack, yeah.
Oh, what's the no pass?
Daddy.
That's what?
Yep. G. Got enough, Andy? 6-4. I'll drink to that.
Well, yeah, what do you got? Yeah, what do we got? I'd like to know what to do. Well, that's something. I can live without.
Especially the puppy. Matilda. But not that second part.
Oh, not the tuba part?
Right. They don't have that.
Okay.
8 weeks. Dickies. A little bit of feet, okay? This is
It's Jack Rock, dude.
Thank you. Let's play one more waltz and then we go home.
Play a waltz, yeah.
Oh, I don't think I can play that one. I'll try though. Well, we're gonna give it a hell of a try, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. That's it for you, sweetie.
Yes.
That should be it, right?
Yeah.
Next.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just
We'll come back tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray.
Stop again, right? Yep. Thank you.
Where do you want this, Andy?
I'll just stay it.
Okay.
Let's see what I'm doing here.
Boy, this might be dangerous here.
No,
How about a nice hand
I'm right with this here. Thank you.
for Ray?
Yeah, I got the shirt.
Next up is Mr. Greg Lurkey from Evansville, Minnesota,
No, I'm good. Yep, down.
who's been playing the concertina for 62 years.
Whoa. Yep. Good here, Randy.
62 years playing the concertina. My goodness. Favorite songs he enjoys performing is the Gary Polka, the Gardenville Waltz, and Life in the Finnish Woods. Bands he's played in is my father's bands. Who's your favorite polka band? Concertina Gordy, his father, and Jolly Huntsman.
That's not my Concertina, it's just a little different if you don't have your own.
That's Colton's, right? That's Colton's.
Yeah. I wouldn't know about that. I just try them all, they all seem to fit. We've been together since 14. So I don't know, it's 50 years?
Yeah, well, it shows. 1978.
That's long up there. I looked at it. Wow. It's before you.
You're from West Bend?
I am from West Bend. I played with you in Possible back when Gary Bergen was playing. Yes. And you had a good year? Yep. I played with Gary and I played with him. I haven't seen you since. And I live in Honduras.
It's West Bend, it's your neighbor boy.
Well, I see him around on Facebook.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh, you play nice. Well, you play nice,
I got it.
yeah, we're Thursday now. Well, he's not 7 yet. Nice to meet you, Joe. Good job.
Gonna be here tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Great. See you then.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah.
Tell them what it is. This is called the Broken Reed Polka.
There you go.
We'll see if you can figure this. This next one's called Barn Dance Polka. It switches. I better figure it out.
I know his daughter Elaine, she's a wonderful lady. Yes, the whole family. It's great.
This next one is called Macaroni Polka.
Yeah. And they shorten
This next one's called the Blue Heaven Waltz.
Still filming, still.
This next one's called Patty's Waltz. This is the one I played the most. This next one's called the Gardenville Waltz. This next one's the Minnesota polka. This one's, we're doing another Minnesota one. It's called the Minnesota Roadrunner polka.
Look at this, half a pound of beer. No, seven. Just a slab.
Okay.
See that get big ass.
Short intro. This one's called Growling Mickey's Polka.
Why short? Why short?
This one's called the Happy Hour Waltz.
Oh, Jerry, yeah.
All right, Greg. Nice.
How about a nice hand for Greg? Very good. And Greg.
Hey. Be next to mine. Oh, okay. Don't trip.
Next up on stage is Mr. Andrew Gravine. Andy's going to play.
Good job, Rick.
How long have you been playing the concertina, Andy? Friday.
He told me he played 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
I'm glad you reminded me now.
20 years Andy's been playing. What's your favorite song, Andy? Star of the East? Okay. And the Wednesday Night Waltz. There you go. That's a great one. All right. How about a nice hand for Andy Gravine?
Thank you.
Very good job there.
Thanks. Welcome down.
Yeah. Next time, you gotta bring that 37. You got,
E flat, is it?
oh, this is, B flat. I bought this from Frank.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Con 15J. Some good, apparently he's playing on Sunday.
Okay, here we go. Since he mentioned Star of the East,
I can't miss, I got
here it is.
I'll send him your greetings.
Yeah, knock him down.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
E-flat concertina, but it's F for you.
F
concert for you guys. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, a little rusty on that one. Star of the East. Thank you.
I haven't played that one in a while.
Okay. Got to get you some electrical tape.
I got some.
No, I'm.
All right. There you go. Here's a number that Carl Hartwick wrote. It's one called Moon Over Dodge.
Oh,
Hey, Jim.
my new science.
Oh, that's nice. You make that? Oh, what you do? You bring your drum set? Yeah. Awesome. Need the drummer?
Oh, moon over Dodge, especially for Dalen, Nicole, and Jamie. Yes, moon over Dodge. Octaler Waltzer? F.
With the intro.
Thank you very much, Octaler Waltzer. Thank you. Yes.
To your right, to your right, to your behind you, down, there. You got it. Yeah, what is a good polka to do?
Okay, Bob, more music, less gambling. Point us, please.
Oh, how about redhead polka? Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2. How are you?
Long drive. Good drive all the way up. I got a place in Adams Friendship. Playing high yet? I don't think I'll stay much longer. I'll be here tomorrow. Nice to see friendly faces. You think you're gonna play yet? Need some help?
Ooh, and they're called the redhead polka. Thank you very much. Thank you. You bet.
Let the page on that one, dude. More polka
Marican waltz in the polka tempo, huh? This is the E flat. So you're in
I hope Opie John forgives us for this. It's the Marican polka. Oh, one called the Merrill Polka. Thank you. Don't clap, throw money. Okay. Yeah. Here's one called Tell Me Whose Girl Are You? That was a handful. Tell me whose girl are you? Keith Zawak's arrangement. Yes, thank you. All right, my special request for Dalen E. At Dalen E. Sweet Violets. There once was a farmer who sat by by the creek, watching the little boys play with their marbles and toys and things all aglow. Along came a girl who might be a nice young lady who laid in the grass. When she'd turn over, she'd show us her ruffles and tuffles, sometimes a talk. When she had children, she taught them to knit, while the boys in the barnyard were shoveling sweet violets, sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to toe, covered all over with sweet violets. There once was a farmer who sat by the creek, watching the little boys play with their marbles and toys and things all aglow. Along came a girl who might be a nice young lady who laid in the grass. When she'd turn over, she'd show us her ruffles and tuffles, sometimes a talk. When she had children, she taught them to knit, while the boys in the barnyard were shoveling sweet violets, sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to toe, covered all over with sweet violets. My special request, Sweet Violets. Who else wants to play? Dalen?
I'll play one with you, Andy.
Oh boy, now everybody wants to play with me.
You got an extra?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, over there, there's one.
Take your pick.
Which one is the right one? Mostly chart videos.
Andy, I'll put that for the first.
Because I submitted my candidacy for
Andy, did you know that?
yeah, there's the
That grades? Andy, do you know that title day?
Yeah.
yeah, Jim, that the drums back up here.
Perfect, yeah. I think
No, you've got a monitor.
Oh, yeah, I do, yeah.
All right.
One on each side. I think he should have set up his own set, so over there. Obviously, I'm in that way. What do you want to do?
Wasn't but no to the source. Not yet.
Why is that?
All right, here we go. Here we go, one one called the Woodland Polka.
Yeah. You do the intro?
Go ahead, you're in charge.
I don't know the intro.
You're in charge. Go ahead, whatever you need to play.
On 1, 2.
Oh, one called the Woodland Polka, the old Polka Stars number. Old Smoky, yeah.
So is that, you're in charge, whatever you play. How about foolish? Foolish.
Foolish Polka. What's called the foolish polka? Thank you, thank you. Dalen, you want to play a couple? Okay.
Well, thanks for that opportunity.
Thanks, Andy. Yep.
But a big hand for Ray Hoynatsky here on my left and Tony Kaminsky on my right. Here we go. Dalen's going to come up and play a couple.
Oh, yeah. Dalen, yeah, how you doing? That is relation. Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. That's my grandpa.
That's, take the joke off of there.
Yeah.
Shake the hand that shook the world.
Yeah, that's my grandpa.
Wow.
That's my,
No, I don't know everything doing it.
Well, I don't see this guy. Since the full moon.
Wow.
Dan, that's good.
you too, Tony.
Now, if I get off the stage, I'll look Okay.
We only need 3 songs. I gotta get my German out here. Here we go. Here we go. Hail Udra.
One called El Rio Drive. Thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
We're gonna do one more duet here, then Dalen's gonna do some Polish for you.
Green is green, right? D.
green is green polka. Dalen's going to play a couple of Polish numbers for you here. Dalen Enkers from Wausau, Wisconsin, right? Or Weston?
I live in Merrill.
Yeah, Merrill now, but you're originally from Weston, right? Been playing concertina for how long?
God, I don't even know.
20 minutes?
I was drunk.
20 minutes. He's been playing, I don't know, 20 years, 15 years?
Let's go, let's just do the 15.
Played with Polish Connection, concertina, for 10 years.
The Beat.
The Beat.
Polish Connection.
Polish Connection. All right. Take it away, Dalen.
The cuckoo. Oh, back. That's like a foxtrot. Oh, Barrett. All right. Any Polish people out there? What do we want to hear? Tony, what do you want to hear? $2. Zakrwa Durari. All right, let's do something. I like to do Polish. Let's do Angeline Be Mine. How would you? Everybody know that one? Yeah, here we go. I've got a girl that loves me so. Her name is Angeline. She always hugs and kisses me. She's sweet and cute, and she's all mine. She always hugs and kisses me. She's sweet and cute, and she's all mine. Oh, Angeline, you are an angel sent from up above. You're my happiness and joy, and the only one I love. Angeline, you're all mine. You're the sunshine in my life. In a year or two, you'll be my loving wife. I've got a girl that loves me so. Her name is Angeline. She always hugs and kisses me. She's sweet and cute, and she's all mine. She always hugs and kisses me. She's sweet and cute, and she's all mine. All right, Merrill, let's hear it. Oh, Angeline. And the only one I love, Angeline. Scotty, I can't hear you. You are to be my loving. One more time. Oh, Angeline, you are an angel sent from above. You're my happiness and joy, and the only one I love. Angeline, you're all mine. You're the sunshine in my life. In you are to be my loving wife. Everyone knows that one, right? All right. Any requests? I'm a Polak, so.
White table.
Oh, God. It's been a long time. Andy, what do we play? Who the hell is Johnny? You do that one? Does anybody know that one? Yep. All right. Let's do it in D and. All right. Who the hell is Johnny? This is Andy Gravine's request. All right. I'm in love with Johnny, I heard my peaches say. She said she really loved me just the other day. How can I believe her, even though I love her true? How can I believe her when she says that I love you? You should see my peaches, she is such a dream. The only thing she's missing is the whipping cream. She's bright and she's pretty and she is really neat. Just to be around her is a special dream. Now who the hell is Johnny and where did he come from? How can he still peaches? Am I such a bum? Does she really love him, that dirty son of a gun? Now who the hell is Johnny? And where did he come from? I'm in love with Johnny, I heard my peaches say. She said she really loved me just the other day. How can I believe her, even though I love her true? How can I believe her when she says that I love you? Now you should see my peaches, she is such treasury. The only thing she's missing is the whipping cream. She's bright and she's pretty, and she is really neat. Just to be around her is a special dream. Now who the heck is Johnny, and where did he come from? How can he still be choose? Am I such a bum? Is she bright and pretty, and dirty son of a gun? Now who the hell is Johnny? Where did he come from? The good old who the heck is Johnny?
Yeah, so I don't know what house.
Tony,
I have to point out you to the back of the house.
he's not listening. Alright.
Under the bridge.
My granddaughter.
All these Polish lyrics I know.
Yes.
Hollywood.
No, I don't even say
Or
Hollywood.
short. Which one?
Hollywood.
Two blocks.
I said Tommy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're gonna try this one.
I misunderstood. I've got 10 grandkids and they're all.
Me too. Just as of the other day, I had the number of 10. He's a boy.
And I've got 3 great grandkids.
I'm talking about that. Great.
Oh, I got 10 grandchildren and.
I can't keep track of them all.
No, me neither. Don't ask me for any presents
They had a
unless
couple
you
of
invite
cents on
me.
it, said, what's the name?
Agurami, Salasami, Taisavawa, Pushaka, Suonami, Sakvagurami, Eisaktubat, Atemawa, Yebunyawa, Yemavuchku, Yavratawa, Sakvagurami, Eisaktubat. Nie poire, idzie sami moja pije I tańcuje, idzie sami zagładunami, hej zadumat. A nie poire, idzie sami moja pije I tańcuje, idzie sami zagładunami, hej zadumat. The old $2. All right, who's up next?
Yeah.
Okay, George. Hey, if you have to shit the bed, go roll in.
That's me, I wouldn't go to
My God.
Go ahead, keep playing.
We got a joiner coming here. White roses. My garden there, 2 roses just for you. In my garden there, 2 roses just for you. No one else will ever do. In my garden there, 2 roses just for you. Please love me, 'cause I love you. If you love me through the years, the months, the hours, then forever you receive bouquets of flowers. In my garden there's 2 roses just for you. No one else will ever do. In my garden there's 2 roses just for you. No one else will ever do. In my garden there's 2 roses just for you. Please love me, 'cause I love you. If you love me to the year, the month, the hour, then forever you receive bouquets of flowers. In my garden there's 2 roses just for you. Please love me, 'cause I love you. All right. Krakowiak. That's how you say it. Krakowiak number 6.
You're gonna play.
Oh, it's a 4-part song. You know, those Germans come into those Polish songs, they have about 3 more parts. It screws all of us up. Our Polacks are used to 2 parts. That's it. Let's see what he adds to this one.
Hey!
Kidlichko. All right, here we go.
Why not Shakasha? Is that a vocal or not? Don't know. I just learned it yesterday.
Oina Shakasha. This is especially for Scotty Crows. He requested this one. He knows this one by heart.
All right, let's go.
How about Johnny's Knocking?
I don't like the redhead.
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
Mike is going to play. All right, up next we have Mike Nagel's going to do a couple songs.
Yes? I don't know. Yeah.
Tough childhood.
Need anything else out of here?
You have to take the bus to get there. Streetcar?
We have a request already. One more beer for the road. That's my last one. Okay.
Excited in the wisdom. Because of the city.
Got rid of the trash.
What the hell?
Every time you pick up somebody, you go with this at Burr. You pick them up at the Burr. And you go down to one person. It's only one.
Check 1, 2. Oh, it works.
Okay, up next we have Mike Nagel, who came all the way from Greenfield, Wisconsin, here to spend the weekend with us. Mike is the treasurer for the World Concertina Congress and makes sure all the money stays balanced, checkbook stays balanced, and bills get paid, so we good. I was hoping you'd bring that. So big thank you to Mike.
Yeah.
Here we go. He's going to play us a couple songs. How long have you been playing, Mike?
I think this year is what, 63 years?
63 years. All right.
You know.
All right, and you play in Polka Fusion? That's the band you play in?
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Take it away.
I also play, my girlfriend and I play together. She plays accordion, I play concertina, so we call ourselves A Cortina.
A Cortina.
And we did a job this afternoon down in Racine. Then I got loaded up and I rode with Jim Galashevsky, the drummer here.
Jim was
to
waiting
get up
for
here.
Well, thanks for making the trip, both of you. Yes, don't let me forget, Jim Galashevsky on the drums here. He's going to be playing drums for us this weekend as well from Milwaukee. So thank you guys. And Greg Labs on the tuba behind me here from Appleton, Wisconsin. We're going to play some numbers for you. Take it away, guys.
Sherry's polka, the original one. We'll do another one called Elaine's Waltz. Ready? 1, 2, 3. This is a brand new one. I think I came up with this thing about 3 weeks ago. From out of nowhere. It's called Why, Why, Why? Why do you treat me like a fool? Why did you have to be so cruel? Why did you tell me we are through? And why do I keep on loving you? Why did you never stay at home? Why did you leave me all alone? Why did you find somebody new? And why do I still keep loving you? Why do you treat me like a fool? Why did you have to be so cruel? Why did you find somebody new? And why do I keep on loving you? Why did you never stay at home? Why did you leave me all alone? Why did you find somebody new? And why do I still keep loving you? Little waltz time. Country waltz. A little medley. Tennessee waltz and waltz across Texas. My darling, to the Tennessee waltz when an old friend I happened to see introduced him to my loved one, and while they were dancing, my friend stole my sweetheart from me. I remember the night and the Tennessee waltz. Now you know just how much I have lost. Yes, I lost my little darling the night they were playing the beautiful Tennessee waltz. When we waltz together, my world's in disguise. It's a fairyland, a tale that's come true. And when you look at me with those stars in your eyes, I could waltz across Texas with you. Waltz across Texas with you in my arms. I could waltz across Texas with you. Like a storybook ending, I'm lost in your charm. I could waltz across Texas with you. My heartache and troubles are just up and gone the moment that you come in view. With your hand in mine, I could dance on and on. I could dance across Merrill with you. Waltz across Merrill with you in my arms. I could waltz across Merrill with you. Like a storybook ending, I'm lost in your charms. I can waltz across Merrill with you. Yeah. You notice the change in lyrics at the end there. Merrill, yeah. When I was younger, I might have been able to waltz across Texas. But at my age, Merrill will be a challenge.
Where Cropaw used to be.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Tony's polka. Cody.
Pretty Polish German now. They play Polish music.
All right, here we go. Frankie and Victor. Pretty Polly. Under Polly's window you can hear the noise. You can hear the boys all shout, "Hey, Polly!" Under Polly's window they all hang around, hoping she'll get in and hurry out. They don't ask the other girls to join in the fun, even when the moon is high. The others may be wittier, but Polly's so much prettier. That's why the boys all cry. Pretty Polly, won't you come and dance the polka with me? Pretty Polly, when we're dancing I'm as proud as can be. Oh my golly, pretty Polly, can't you hear that happy song? What a jolly polka, it's the pretty Polly polka. Come and dance the whole night long. Under Polly's window you can hear the noise. You can hear the boys all shout, "Hey, Polly!" Under Polly's window they all hang around, hoping she'll get in and hurry out. They don't ask the other girls to join in the fun, even when the moon is high. The others may be wittier, but Polly's so much prettier. That's why the boys all cry. Pretty Polly, won't you come and dance the polka with me? Pretty Polly, when we're dancing I'm as proud as can be. Oh my golly, pretty Polly, can't you hear that happy song? What a jolly polka, it's the pretty Polly polka. Come and dance the whole night night long. On the jolly polka is the pretty Molly polka, come and dance all night long.
Check, check, check. Check, check. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Spring allergies, terrible. All I do is cough.
You work at Concertina or what?
Both. Is there a difference?
I'm going right over the monitor now since I turned on the
Get that air valve working.
Oh, that's a good idea, but not, maybe not, but we'll be back in a while.
So, Andrew said that you talked to him about the cake.
I did.
Yeah. And then he said he told you to tell me something that you wanted to.
Andy.
Yep. How many more? Whatever. Want me to last off the flavor?
He gets the timing on it?
Yeah. I called Andrew 3 days ago, 4 days ago. I said, I couldn't hear. He goes, yes. I said,
Okay.
you have like frosting on the cake? Yeah, frosting on the cake.
Here we go. Little philosophical polka. No problem. Now half the house is easel, the other half is blue. The dog chews up their slippers, so what else is new? Do I lose my temper on an average day? Instead I simply smile and turn around and say, hey, no problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, so what else can go wrong? No problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, relax and sing along. Now early in the morning I went out to get my car. With those 4 flat tires, well I wasn't going far. Did I kick the fender cause I'd lose a whole day's pay? Instead I simply smiled and turned around and say, hey, no problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, so what else can go wrong? No problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, relax and sing along. Now Junior hit his sister, and the mailman bit the dog. Yeah, that day I got fired. My house and car were gone. Did I take a pistol and put it to my head? No, I simply bit my lip and turned around and said, hey, no problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, so what else can go wrong? No problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, relax and sing along. So relax, take it easy and give your mind a rest. When your brains are scrambled, you cannot do your best. So just put your feet up, cause it's been a busy day. Doesn't it just feel good to stare in space and say, hey, no problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, so what else can go wrong? No problem, no problem, just smile all day long. No problem, no problem, relax and sing along, yep! problem. Yes, sir. This one's for Andy. This is a Gelida Boys original tune called One More Beer for the Road. Oh yeah, last night I went to the tavern. I didn't plan to stay very long, but my friends were here, they were all drinking beer, so we started singing this song. Oh, one more beer for the road. Uh-oh. One more beer. Oh, one more beer for the road. One more beer for the road. One more beer and we'll all go home. One more beer for the road. Oh my goodness, the perfectly honest intentions. I got up to head for the door, but my friend said, hey, we want you to stay, so we started singing once more. Oh, one more beer for the road. One more beer for the road. One more beer and we'll all go home. One more beer for the road. I hate it when my hiccups have allergies. Uh-oh. Then suddenly then in the tavern, my little wife did appear. She said to my friend, now this is the end, and she dragged me up by my ear. Oh, one more beer for the road. One more beer for the road. One more beer and we'll all go home. One more beer for the road. Yeah, I do hate it when my hiccups have allergies. They don't work. That's it.
Okay, I think that was a slam, man.
All right, thank you very much, Mike and Jim and Greg, and thank you everybody who is tuning in to Facebook Live here this evening, and everyone who came in person. We sure appreciate you being here to help celebrate the 50th anniversary of the World Concertina Congress. For those who are here or maybe tuning in on Facebook, and don't forget that we will be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. and we will have cake, and we have commemorative t-shirts for sale over there, 50th anniversary t-shirts. We have decals with black writing, one with white writing, and the logo on the t-shirts as well as on the decals is a 50th anniversary logo that our Hall of Fame, I guess, member, president, if you will, the head of the Hall of Fame committee, Ken Yagelski, came up with and designed. So thank you to him. Make sure to check those out. And And we'll be back here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. So hope to see you then. Thank you very much. I don't know. We'll have to find out tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.